The 3:30 p.m. meeting of the Bakersfield City Council is now in session.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 3:30 regular City Council meeting of November 20th, 2024. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Councilmember Arias,
Here.
Councilmember Weir, Councilmember Smith,
I am here.
Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Gray,
Here.
and Councilmember Core.
Here.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, in that we do not have any members of the public other than 2 staff members, is it appropriate for me to skip the public statements portion?
I don't know, Mayor. I think they may want to get up and
Talk about the city attorney?
absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, I agree.
Next item, please.
Closed session, item 4A, conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding the following 2 matters. 1, estate of Abraham Torres Meza versus City of Bakersfield et al. And 2, Dave DePalma versus City of Bakersfield. And closed session item 4B, counsel with real property negotiators for the property located at 2157 to 2221 Mohawk Street.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
We're adjourned to closed session. reconvening the 3:30 City Council meeting. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, there were 3 items on closed session this afternoon, and on items 4A, 1, and 2, both existing matters of litigation, by a 6-0 vote in both of those matters, the city attorney and staff was given direction. And on item 4B as in boy, the conference with real property negotiator, again, by a 6-0 vote, the staff, city manager, was given direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we stand adjourned at 4:55, and we'll start the 5:15 meeting in a while. Thank you. Council members, we're ready to start.
Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 regular City Council meeting of November 20th, 2024. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Arias,
Here.
Councilmember Weir,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
I am here.
Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Gray. Here. Councilmember Core.
Here. Thank you. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us this evening. Tonight, we have the pleasure of having Pastor Mike Jenkins, who's pastor of God's Covenant Church of God in Christ, to offer the invocation. Thank you, Pastor, for hosting the Unity in the City prayers and the annual backpack giveaways. We appreciate your being here. And then following the invocation, Albert Abad, who's a senior at Stockdale High, will lead us in the pledge. Albert served as the mayor for Teen Government Day just a few weeks ago. He's ASB president with a 4.5 GPA, a member of the National Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society, 4 Dream Builders, 4 years of orchestra, K-pop dance leader, top Scholar Athlete Award in baseball, and also the recipient of the Glendon Rogers Award, which is the most well-rounded student. So at this time, would you all stand, please?
Would you bow your hearts in prayer? Father, tonight we thank you for gathering us together one more time. We ask you to be the invited guest. We ask you to be in the midst of this city council. Father, continue to bless our mayor and every city official that is here present tonight. God, and even as we embark this Thanksgiving weekend, help us to be thankful and to reflect on your goodness and your mercy, because you're a great God. There's no failure in you. And God, we praise you tonight. We give you all the glory. God, continue, oh God, to send your protection upon this city. Let your precious blood cover each and every ward, each and every street, in the name of Jesus. And we thank you and we give you all the praise. And God, we give this meeting over to you. You be the invited guest and you be glorified. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. And now, Albert.
Thank you, Pastor. Please put your right hand over your chest. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Mike, and thank you, Albert. If you need to leave at this point, this would be a time to leave, or you're welcome to stay and join us. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We request that you turn off your phones. Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos. And for safety reasons and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting, but not during other portions of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts the meeting may result in your removal from the meeting and/or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, outbursts from the audience, and surpassing the 2-minute time limit. Madam Clerk, next item, please. And before we start that, we're just going to ask for everyone who's standing, except for the officers, to please be seated. That's for safety reasons. Staff, can we have 4 seats together for that family? If somebody can be helpful there. Thank you. And now public statements. In keeping with the Council's resolution, public statements are now received at different times, depending on the item. I will call on the city clerk to call on the public for public statements at the appropriate time, so please listen carefully for the correct time to speak. If you wish to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and place it in the tray on the counter next to the speaker podium. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on tonight's agenda or on a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for non-agenda public statements. If you're here to speak on an item not listed on the meeting agenda, you will be called first to speak. Statements are given a 2-minute time limit per speaker, 20 minutes total for all non-agenda item public statements. If you're here to speak on an item listed on the agenda, I will call for you at a later time, so please listen carefully. If public statements become disruptive and I have to clear the chambers to regain order of the meeting, you will be called in one at a time to provide your public statement when your item is called. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda?
America, we've received 7 public speaker cards for items not listed on tonight's agenda. In addition, a staff memorandum was provided transmitting photographs from Eddie Lane. The first 3 speakers will be Carmen Perez, followed by Brooke Malley Alt, followed by Marie Ellen Briones.
Thank you. So the first speaker will come up, and I'll just ask you to adjust the microphone so that we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Carmen Perez. I am the grandmother of Jeremiah Villalobos, the 13-year-old boy who died at the scene on the corner of Columbus and Loyola on November 13th last week. He was a very kind, respectful, and compassionate boy and was in the GATE program at Chipman Junior High. I bought him that bike for his birthday, and though I was worried about him, I believed he would be okay because I was praying for his safety. Our faith in God through Jesus Christ has not been shaken, as we believe that this happened to make him a catalyst for change. He believed in Jesus and was wearing a shirt that said, "Real men love Jesus," when he died. Our presence here is meant to compel the city of Bakersfield to prevent any further casualties on or near the corner of Columbus and Loyola. Our understanding is that at least 3 people have died on or near this intersection, and it is now our mission to prevent this from ever happening again. After the first time, a stop sign, a traffic light, a crosswalk, something should have been done to protect kids walking or riding their bikes to and from school. In addition, the response from the ambulance company was slow to arrive. KMC is 1 mile from the site of the accident, yet it took them a very long time to arrive, judging by the footage I've reviewed. When they did arrive, they did not move with any kind of urgency or purpose. The surgeon at KMC was still trying to save his life when we all arrived there, an indicator that had the ambulance first responders moved with urgency, Jeremiah's life might have been spared. Furthermore, the speed at which vehicles travel down Columbus is outrageous, and drivers must be held accountable. We urge the city of Bakersfield to take immediate action. Our children should be allowed to ride their bikes in safety and freedom that we experienced as children. Thank you for your time.
So sorry for your loss, and
Thank you.
thank you for speaking on behalf of Jeremiah. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Brooke Malley Alt, followed by Marie Ellen Briones, followed by Adam Zuniga.
Good
Welcome.
evening.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Brooke Mallialt. I'm here today as the Bakersfield City School trustee for Area 5, but more importantly as a parent of a second grader and a concerned community member. While I'm not here in any official district capacity, I feel a deep responsibility to represent the parents and families who cannot always attend city council meetings, but whose voices need to be heard. I am sure I speak for many when I express my deep concern and sadness over the recent tragedies at Roosevelt Elementary and Chipman Junior High, where young children lost their lives to traffic accidents. These heartbreaking events are a reminder that our children's safety must be our top priority, especially as they travel to and from school. We can teach our children to look both ways, to use crosswalks and be aware of their surroundings, but we cannot change the behavior of drivers unless we put measures in place that force them to slow down. We cannot afford to wait for another tragedy to strike before we act. Traffic calming strategies are not just an option, they are an urgent necessity. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Andre Gonzalez for his longstanding advocacy for traffic calming measures, and I appreciate the work he's done to bring attention to this issue. However, it's time for the entire City Council to take a strong stance in supporting and expanding these efforts. It is time for all of us to work together to ensure safer streets for children. As someone who lives directly across from BCSD school, I see firsthand the dangers our children face. Despite the presence of a school, a park, and a church on my street, once the crossing guard leaves for the day, the street quickly becomes like a highway. Drivers speed through residential areas without a second thought, despite the recent installation of highly visible speedometers. I appreciate these efforts, but they have not resulted in any meaningful change. It's clear that we need more permanent measures that force drivers to slow down, especially around schools where children are most vulnerable. I'm asking you today to prioritize traffic calming around BCSD schools, particularly in the older neighborhoods. These are the areas where traffic congestion and safety concerns are most pressing. We've seen quick action taken in newer developments of the northwest part of town where protective measures are often installed before problems arise. However, the older neighborhoods in East and Central Bakersfield continue to suffer from the same dangerous conditions. Our children deserve a safe journey to school regardless of their family's circumstances. This is not just a matter of convenience, it's a matter of life and death, and we must act now to protect them.
Thank you, Ms. Alt. Next speaker, please. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Trustee Alt, for coming today and representing the many families in your trustee area, many families in my ward who are pleading for additional enhancements in neighborhood safety in our historic neighborhoods. So thank you for being here tonight. And I also want to thank family, Ms. Perez and your family for being here tonight and lifting up your concerns and also lifting up the beautiful memory of your grandson. I see the photos here and they look wonderful. And so thank you for sharing a little bit of him with us in this council this evening. I, for one, I know many of us on the council feel strongly about traffic safety and enhancing safety for all users of our roadways, including pedestrians, including bicyclists, including those who are using wheelchairs. Our roadways should be accessible for all users, for all citizens. And that is a commitment that many of us on this council have made years ago, and we continue to press City Hall so that we can address this issue both in infrastructure and policy change. And I'd like to invite you all to participate in the multimodal and traffic safety committee that the City Council has established 2 years ago now that is addressing these issues. That is where the large part of this work is really being discussed and implemented. And to Ms. Alt's point, actually several months ago, I made a referral to this City Council and to the City Manager that committee, that traffic safety committee, actually prioritize school zones in their work. And so I checked in with the City Manager this past week, and he assures me that that is the topic in the upcoming agenda. And Mr. Clegg, if you can just verify that for the public.
That is correct. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Next speaker, please. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Welcome.
Hello,
And
I'm
let's
Marie
just
Ellen.
wait until everybody's seated. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Maria Ellen Briones, and I'm here regarding an issue with the Sportsplex that's in Laurel Glen off of Manning and Ming. Our neighborhood has been very congested with the parking. This Sportsplex was built maybe about 3 years ago, and at first it was just a couple nights a week, and now it's the majority of the week and even sometimes on the weekends. Several streets around the area are used up by the parking. Their parking lot is too small for their facility to accommodate. We have a lot of homes that people are parking right in front of our driveways, and they either block us in or they block us out. We even have trash the next morning all throughout the streets. And then this Sportsplex is soccer fields for children, but sometimes the trash in the streets are beer cans, fast food, so obviously the parents are drinking. Also, there's been times where fireworks are set on our street, and so this has just become an issue because it's almost every day. Sorry, I was not prepared to speak. It was actually Adam Zuniga that was supposed to speak. There are some pictures provided showing our driveways being blocked in, people parking on the corners, sometimes up on the curb, sometimes even in red zones, and it makes it very difficult also to drive through the neighborhood safely because it has become so narrow. And that's the biggest thing. It's just been a safety issue, and again, it's been a hassle with the trash and being blocked in or out from our driveways.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith, would you like to address this? And then I'm going to call on Councilmember Core to go backwards.
I'd like to ask staff, was there a CUP for the Sportsplex or what?
Councilmember Smith, Mayor and Council, I am not familiar of the status of the conditional use permit. This is a topic on which we've been aware of constituent requests that have come in, and so there's been a fair amount of activity by our law enforcement for parking citations, as well as even the city manager's office has been reaching out to management of that location, but I don't know the answer on the CUP. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Adam Zuniga. I live on Manning Street. I've been in contact with Councilmember Gray, and with the help of the BPD, they tried to help get this thing under control with having parking enforcement work after hours. It's actually made the problems worse. Just the other night, the night that I took those pictures this past Thursday, the neighbor at 2212 who cannot be here tonight because of his work schedule working in the medical field, he had his driveway blocked in, and it was over an hour and a half until BPD actually came out and did something. And instead of the typical thing where the vehicle was supposed to be towed for literally blocking a driveway, there's no mistaking it was not a driveway. They waited and waited until they contacted the owner of that vehicle and allowed the owner to move the vehicle without facing any consequences. The issue is the reason why these people keep on doing what they're doing that attend the sports complex is because they have no consequences to their actions. One picture, the first set of pictures shows the way our neighborhood used to look at one and all times. Now it's a constant issue of people not caring, blocking fire hydrants, which at one point I pointed out that these people, they're violating vehicle code, and they've actually threatened me with my life for telling them that they need to move or I'm going to call the cops and report them. Some of these people have been polite and actually said thank you and moved their vehicles, and other times they have attempted to be violent with me. I had another neighbor across the street where she's had to call the towing company and the Bakersfield Police Department several times because she herself was blocked in. Down on Manning to my left, there's an elderly lady that there's been times that she's could not go anywhere because of the lack of response of BPD, or by the time they get out there, it's too late. Also, you see pictures of empty alcohol containers. That's small compared to what it used to be. And, well, that's my time.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Tanya Pena, followed by Isaiah Ceja, followed by Kevin M.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Tanya
And we're just
Pena.
going to give a minute for people to find a seat. If there are two seats anywhere, can you just raise your hand, please? Welcome. Go ahead.
My son was one of Jeremiah Villalobos' friends, and he'll be speaking up after me. When I was looking at the map between Mount Vernon and Wenatchee, there's 3.4 miles without any crosswalks. My son and I will be canvassing the neighborhoods this weekend to try to get the signatures that are needed to get a high visibility crosswalk put in, to get a speedometer or the speed sign put in, the one that lights up. But my question is, what is going to be done to prevent another life from being taken? What is going to be done to prevent freeway speeds being driven in a 45-mile-per-hour road? Something has to be done. One life was way too many. And this is the reality of this family here and of my son and the Chipman Junior High community. There is a reality that they have to now face with their child or with their friend being gone. This is a reality that should not be done. I don't know if anybody else has done this, but I know Mr. Weir is in charge of Ward 3. I don't know if you understand this, and I know this may not be a reality that you have to live, but it is a reality for everybody else that's sitting behind me. So all I'm asking is what is going to be done? Since we are going to do our part, what is going to be done on your part?
Thank you. And for the record, would you just say your name, please?
Tanya Pena.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Councilmember Weir.
Is that staff could maybe a couple staff get in touch with the ladies down here or the people that are down here in the Upper East Side and see if we can't get a group together or do something or get a plan drawn out to where maybe this doesn't happen. It doesn't need to happen all the time. And we could, if we could get that and reach out to those people, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, and introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Isaiah Zeha, and I'm talking on behalf of Jeremiah Villalobos. We were friends for about a year, and we were in the GATE program together. We had most of our classes together, and he was an amazing kid. He had so much ahead of him, and that was taken from him and his family from a car and the lack of safety measures in that area right there. Like the speaker before me had said, there is like 3 miles of road before there is a crosswalk. And I'm just asking for there to be some safety measures in that area, like a high visibility crosswalk, some speed bumps, or any lights or anything. And I had also seen that there had been a lack of streetlights on that road, and it's hard to see people crossing there. And that'll be it.
Isaiah, thank you for speaking on behalf of Jeremiah.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
Kevin M.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, council members. Today I'd like to give my input on the canopy coverage and tree care in Bakersfield. I know it was an agenda item, but I wasn't aware. I believe that this is something that the city genuinely needs to have a focus on, and it needs to be done right. And it's not just for the sake of the environment, but for the sake of our quality of life, where the inhabitants of this city experience blistering summer heat. We breathe the polluted air of the valley, and many of us have to travel around town just to experience nature or greenery. And the promotion of tree life can elevate these realities as well as do more. The presence of trees can reduce temperatures in an area by 10 degrees Fahrenheit. They'd make the city beautiful, and they have the potential to have food gardens if we can get fruit trees in these places. But like I said, it really does need to be done right. It needs to have a good focus. If we look at treeequityscore.org, which is a map that shows the canopy coverage across Bakersfield, across all of the neighborhoods, we can see that there is a disparity between poor and minority neighborhoods, which experience less canopy coverage as compared to wealthy and white ones. I think it's horrible to see how a lot of people on the east side and the southeast side have to experience less canopy coverage compared to other more well-off parts of the city. I also think it's horrible to have to know that in some of our neighborhoods with like low tree canopy coverage, that their canopy coverage in some areas, even with parks, is lower than some of the country clubs out here. And to me, that's horrible to know that as a regular citizen, as an inhabitant of Bakersfield, I won't have access to as many trees as all of these wealthy people. And it's disappointing to see that. And so I'm saying this to ensure that you're aware of the reality when you consider your actions moving forward, as well as for the tree plan.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Go, that was our final speaker regarding non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you. And now, Councilmember Gray, I think you wanted to address.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to applaud this young man, Isaiah, for having the courage. That's pretty amazing. Good job. And give my condolences to the Perez family. So on to a note that's a little bit different. Mr. Zuniga and I, we have been talking with one another about this whole situation in the sports complex. And I appreciate you all coming tonight. I asked him to come and bring this to light because it is an ongoing problem that you all have been facing. Your neighborhood has been disrespected. It's been disrupted by all this, and definitely there's got to be a solution. So I just want you to know that I have been emailing back and forth to intervene on your behalf, and staff has been responding to my emails. But I think there's more to be told tonight. So I would like our city manager, Mr. Clegg, to kind of explain to you what's going on. Sometimes we don't realize that something is working in the background, and it's important for that to come out. So, Mr. Clegg, could you share with us what is happening?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gray, Mayor and Council. Just to give some perspective, I would acknowledge the community frustration that this has been a persistent challenge that hasn't gone away. And unfortunately, it's despite effort on our part. And since June of this year, we've been tracking our parking enforcement efforts in this area, and there have been 19 separate parking enforcement missions that have occurred. In the first two of those, we saw 14 citations issued. And then subsequently, there were several visits that didn't see those same violations. But then on and off over more recent months, we've seen 23 additional citations issued. And yes, parking enforcement is regularly out there at that location, and often on an overtime basis, and have been authorized to spend extra time trying to get at this challenge and this issue. And despite some of that enforcement, the issue persisting, in more recent weeks, we have had staff in my office reach out to the owners of the sports complex to discuss this challenge. And a few things that the owners have begun to do to address this challenge, I'll reflect on, and then also have some suggestions of other next steps that we can take in working with the owner and managers of that location. The owner has authorized staff there to go and patrol after they close at night to pick up trash. They have been informing their customers to follow the rules and to park within the complex. They've even rented a parking lot at a nearby shopping center in one of their downtimes so that they can encourage their patrons to park there in those nearby parking lots, especially when they have large events. And so those are signs that there's a willingness to try and work on this issue, but I believe there are opportunities to continue to do more, where I think we can ask for enhanced signage on the part of the complex owners and managers, that we could work on some informational pieces that we actually hand out proactively to the visitors and guests there at the sports complex, and actually ask that they meet with their clients and management and city staff to express our concerns about what is happening in this neighborhood. I think there's some perspective on the part of the ownership that we've been trying to work on this, that there may be a more limited number of bad actors than their total clientele, because as noted in public comment, there are some who have said, thank you, we apologize. But we do need to do more with those that are managing this site, because it is a persistent challenge and issue. And so some of those recommendations I made, we're going to follow up on with the management to keep taking it to the next step to make sure that we get at this persistent issue.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think that's a good example of Bakersfield City is very responsive when there are issues that come up. In the 4 years that I've served on this dais, I've been very pleased with the responses that I've gotten, but we still have an issue that we recognize in your neighborhood, and I would ask that Mr. Zuniga has a point of contact, city staff that he knows he can depend upon, and will make this a priority. So I appreciate, again, you coming tonight. I hope that we can get this situation under control. I wouldn't like living in that situation in my neighborhood, and I know that our city will do all they can to try to help you out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. To all of you who are here speaking about Jeremiah and Ricardo, our hearts go out to you. This council is committed to taking the actions that are necessary to protect all of our residents in our community and all of our children. This would be an appropriate time if you don't wish to stay for the rest of the meeting. If you would like to leave at this point, you're welcome to do so right now. This would be the time.
Can I add my comments, Mayor? Go?
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Jeremiah's family for coming here today to share about this horrific tragedy, as well as Jeremiah's friend Isaiah, who has come today. I don't think you realize it, but your lifelong advocacy for keeping everyone safe started today in front of this council, and I want to commend you for that. I know it took immense bravery, and oftentimes traffic safety and roadway safety has become something that becomes a political topic when it's not at all. When we talk about this topic, sometimes we're just one lone voice. Sometimes we're three voices with Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Smith on our multimodal transportation committee that was mentioned earlier. But today we have 11, 15, 20, and a room full of voices that agree that traffic safety is one of the top priorities in our community, and so therefore should be for our city as well. And just as the mayor has conveyed, this is an utmost priority for our city, and I implore our city staff to continue prioritizing traffic safety, traffic calming, roadway safety, all of the different things that we're implementing behind the scenes. And I can share a small example because we've experienced this within my own district where young students have lost their lives in roadway accidents, and I can't seem to understand why, even around schools, Folks can't seem to slow down. I used to walk to school as a kid, and I don't see that happening as much anymore. And I don't blame folks. I don't blame families, because it isn't safe right now. But that's our job. That's our responsibility to make sure it is safe. So we're working on ways to make sure that there are protected bike lanes that can connect schools so that children can cycle safely and have their own lane to travel in, and keep them separate from cars. And these kinds of ideas are coming forward, and staff and ourselves, we're prioritizing these. And I know it was mentioned earlier, but I'd also like to just make sure that at our next multimodal transportation committee that we talk about exactly this case, and we talk about Jeremiah's story and what his friend Isaiah is advocating for, and how and we look even closer at the school zones that are affected. I know we've already started doing this. We've done some work with some high schools as well that can be referenced, but it must happen quicker. It must happen more often, and we have a lot more work to do. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for coming to uplift this so that we can just work faster at this. It's not an issue, but it's not simply an issue. It's actually urgent, and it's dire, and we need it ASAP. So I just wanted to say thank you, and my heart and our heart goes out to your family.
Thank you, Councilmember Corr. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to reinforce what Councilmember Carr and Vice Mayor Gonzalez said. My heart has been on this issue for 12 years now, and it's tragic, and it continues to happen. And the city, it's okay to go slow, and part of it's engineering, part of it's, like you mentioned, the high-intensity crosswalks, the speed signals, enforcement. A large part of it is just changing the culture, and so when you talk to your friends and neighbors, it's okay to go slow. Really, it's you don't have to go 55 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour. Lives are worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to the public statements listed on the agenda. If you're here to speak on appointments item 6A or items under consent calendar item 7, your time to speak is now. Again, each speaker is given a 2-minute time limit. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes total. The consent calendar as a whole constitutes one agenda item. If you're here to speak on consent calendar hearings items 8A through D or deferred business item 11A, now is not the time to speak. You'll be given an opportunity to speak when those items are called later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items listed on appointments, item 6A or consent calendar item 7?
Mayor Go, we've received 2 speaker cards. One from Brandy Ball, and the second speaker will be Dee Slade.
Go ahead and call them, please. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Brandy Ball. And while I'm not here speaking officially on behalf of the Kern High School District, I proudly serve the communities on and around MLK as the principal of Del Oro High School. I want to speak in favor of item 7F2, the sewer improvements along Cottonwood Road from Pacheco to the wastewater treatment plant number 2, as this is an essential component to further development for the community, to provide access to resources and services that other areas of our community actually take for granted, including a grocery store and sidewalks. I've been in my position for a short period of time, taking my position July 1st, but I've already received phone calls from parents about the need to have safe sidewalks on the way for students coming to school as well. So I know that this is an important first step to make those kinds of things happen, and so I want to speak in favor of this particular agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ball. And what a beautiful school that is in a growing part of our community. Next speaker, Ms. Slade.
to the
Welcome.
mayor and council members and the city staff. I'm here to give support. My name is Dee Slade, and I'm here to give support for the sewer connection in the southeast. This has been a long time coming, and I'm very happy that Councilman Aries and also Councilman Gonzalez, and I understand Mr. Ware and a few others on the council have been talking about this. And so I'm very happy that the city has taken the lead on it. And this is going to increase not only the grocery aspect of it, housing development, but it's also going to make a community that's been a long time coming. This is the last component that needs to be developed, and I'm very happy that it is moving forward. What is it going to bring? Medical facility a little closer. It's going to bring more shopping choices a little closer. It's going to bring maybe small businesses, other enterprise into that area. It has been requested for many, many years from previous council individuals and community leaders to continue to develop the Southeast. I'm in favor of this sewer connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slade. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Appointments, item 6A, 2024-25 Youth Commission appointments to vacant positions. Applications for appointment have been received from Jacob Baldovinos, Miriam Webster, Presley Navijas, and Sukhpreet Grewal.
Thank you very much. These appointments are by ward. Therefore, I will call on each council member to share their 2024-2025 Youth Commission appointments. And it's my pleasure to nominate Jacob Baldovinos for the mayor's alternate position. Jacob is a student at BCHS and an amazing entrepreneur, young entrepreneur, and I was just so impressed during our interview with him. Councilmember Smith, nomination of Ward 4. Alternate.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to nominate Presley Navijas.
Thank you. And Councilmember Gray for Ward 6, regular and alternate, or whatever you choose.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate Miriam Webster. Miriam was appointed 2 years ago. She wants to continue to serve. She's a 12th grader at Stockdale High School. She has a 4.3 grade point average. She'd like to work on ideas to make Bakersfield a place where youth can see themselves staying and thriving, and that really stood out to me because a lot of times our youth are being raised in our cities and then they go off to somewhere else, and families are divided. So that was very impressive. I also really appreciated her heart to serve. I take these appointments seriously. In fact, I interviewed 3 different people for this position, and so I'm very settled in it. But she has a servant's heart. She does volunteer work at local hospitals, shadowing a specialized doctor. She helps at food banks, organ and bone marrow donor club. If I could just read, it'd be great. And also ADA KC volunteer. All that was impressive to me. And then I asked this question: what did she learn in her first 2 years with the Youth Commission? And she said she learned leadership skills and collaboration working with diverse group. And I appreciate that because we are a diverse community. And then finally, what is her guiding light? And she said, God. He's the only thing reliable in her life. No offense, Dad, but God does trump you. So anyway, with that, I wanted to introduce her tonight. And Miriam, I'm very proud to be able to appoint you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaur for Ward 7, regular or alternate.
Thank you, Mayor. I am honored to appoint Sukhpreet Singh Garewal for Ward 7's Youth Commission for the regular appointment. Sukhpreet is a senior at Golden Valley High School with a GPA of 4.17. And just some of his involvement includes being a part of the ASB, the Associated Student Body Leadership. He's the president of his We the People class, which, for those of you who are not familiar, you become an expert in the U.S. Constitution. So I think we could use Sukhpreet's help here in a bit. But he is joining the Youth Commission because he wants to bring forward ideas for mental health. He has ideas in which schools could collaborate with local organizations to provide more in-school counseling services and workshops that promote emotional well-being. Creating peer support networks could also help students feel more supported. He also has ideas around career development and having partnerships within the community that would bring local businesses to establish mentorship programs and internship programs and opportunities so students can get practical experience during high school. So I appreciate him having not only good ideas, but also actionable ideas to come. I think he'll make a great addition to the Youth Commission. And yeah, that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaur. Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve council recommendations.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Freeman absent.
Thank you. And to Jacob, Presley, Marianne, and Sukhpreet, thank you so much for your willingness to serve. I see Miriam, you're here. Is Sukhpreet, are you in the audience? Also, if you would just stand. I know Jacob's at basketball practice. Any of the four, if you're here, we'd love to give you a round of applause. And thank you for your service. Go ahead and stand up. Thank you very much. And now, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consent calendar items 7A through 7I for approval. A staff memorandum was provided regarding 7E14, transmitting the signed agreement.
Thank you. Colleagues, do any of you wish to recuse themselves? Seeing none, I have requests from Councilmember Arias to pull 7F2 and from the Vice Mayor for 7G4. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. There's two items I want to highlight tonight that speak to the City Council's commitment to housing and homelessness. 7E4 is an agreement with Self-Help Enterprises to administer and operate our Bakersfield Community Land Trust. And 7E5 is an agreement with Open Door Network to allocate $2.5 million in ARPA funding to construct a new homelessness shelter at 529 Dolores Street. And I know the CEO of Open Door is here tonight. Lauren Skidmore, thank you so much for all your work. And let's get going and build that property. It's much needed. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
With the two exceptions. Okay. You have a motion? Let's just make sure with the two that we pulled.
Yeah, you already stated it. So yeah. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 7G4 and Councilmember Arias's
7F2.
Thank you. 7F2.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Freeman absent.
Thank you. And now, Councilmember Arias for 7F2, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start by saying that never in my life would I ever think that I would get this excited about the installation of a sewer pipeline. But like many of the folks who came up and spoke tonight, we are obviously very excited about not only what this is going to do when it comes to, really deepening the infrastructure that's available in Southeast Bakersfield, but really what's to come when it comes to commercial development and incoming housing development as a result of these installations. So real quick, if you'll indulge me, I just want to take a step back and talk about some of the context of all of the work that the council has done over the past couple of years. In large thanks to a lot of the work that Vice Mayor Gonzalez has done with the support of Councilmember Core and many others on this dais. This group has made significant contributions in supporting staff to go after transformative climate communities dollars and bringing those down tens of millions of dollars right into Southeast Bakersfield, going to the federal government and asking for a match through the Environmental Protection Agency to double those efforts in Southeast Bakersfield. We are completely reimagining MLK Park, a park that my family and my mother actually would not allow for me to go because it just was not safe when I was growing up in the area. Many other things, working with Caltrans alongside Councilmember Smith to actually reduce traffic lanes and reduce speeds along Union to make it safer for pedestrians and folks who are riding bicycles along that corridor. And just the other day, we actually announced the grand opening of the 65th and the newest park in Linnell Brahma Park in Southeast Bakersfield. And so I just want to tip my cap off to this council for seeing the value and investing in our underserved communities, and also for staff for being the champions for Southeast Bakersfield and doing the work every single day. But in conjunction with a lot of that work, there has been, at one point, we called it a small project, but it has now grown pretty sizably. And it's this installation of the MLK sewer pipeline connecting some of the older historic neighborhoods along MLK Boulevard to the now brand new Del Oro High School, which is just so exciting. And so we're excited about all of this new development, but I have a couple of questions, and I want to start with staff. Today, it's my understanding that we're going to be approving an agreement with a contractor to begin some of this work. But it's not the full scope of the work that's to come. So if you could give the public and the council a full kind of big picture of what's to come when it comes to the sewer installation.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Arias and Mayor and Council. I'll give a general overview, and if Mr. Meyer wants to back me up, he can with any other additional details. But we actually recognized that the sewer capacity throughout this larger, sub-region of the city is not sufficient for future development. And typically we have, development pay for these types of projects as they go, but we often create what's called a planned sewer area that can allow us to front load some of that development and then reimburse those costs over time as those development fees are collected. And so we've looked at a planned sewer area that covers even much more than this first contract that would take the sewer line much farther south along MLK Boulevard, and actually into the future it would create some very favorable interconnectivity between our two different treatment plants and connect our systems kind of where they both end out there in the southeast. This future, very near-term future developments would also include a pump station that would allow us to continue that line further south. We have a south line as well as a couple of lateral lines that we expect will stimulate other development throughout that area as well. And so this planned sewer area will cover a pretty significant portion of that sub-region. And again, we wanted to move quickly. We have ARPA dollars that are available to us. We want to move quickly to get these first two phases, but we've actually done some initial, preliminary engineering on even a couple of these other phases as alternates that could be considered, in the near term development as well, but wanted to get moving on these first two phases.
No further comments.
Fantastic, thank you. And I appreciate that feedback, but Mayor, if you'll allow, I would love to invite the developers who are actually here tonight to actually shed light on some of the incoming development that's actually going to not take years to come, but are actually going to get started when it comes to construction as we begin construction on the sewer pipeline. So if I can invite Mr. Max Becerra and Eric Mora to come up to the podium. And as they come up, for the benefit of the public, as we look at the somewhat significant dollar amount, little more than or a little less than $4.5 million that are going to be dedicated to the sewer pipeline. I would just love to ask the developers to give us a quick overview of the incoming projects along the corridor and really tell us what is the return on investment of the City of Bakersfield's taxpayer dollars on this project.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Councilman Arias. Through the mayor, Mayor Go, City of Bakersfield City Council, staff, and audience. My name is Max Becerra. I'm principal of Pacificus 4 Company. We're a development company based in Kern County. And with me today is Mr. Eric Mora, a partner of our development, and also the principal of the Mora Partners. So we're here today, and we'd like to say that, this item here is significant. It is a game changer. It'll bring growth and development to the much needed southeast Bakersfield area. We want to bring more housing. We need more commercial in that area, medical facilities, recreation areas. But we understand that development, and I've been involved in the development field for many years, for about 40 years. It's a family, we need each other, a big partnership between city, the residents, and the developers, putting a nice community together. So in conjunction with what is going on with the city's sewer line development and their upcoming sewer lift station, we have assembled a total of 6 communities, which represents about 360 acres, and we are ready to fall in line with what the city's plan is to start that new growth, that new transformative change to an area which we are calling the new communities of Del Oro, which is that corridor of MLK, starting from State Highway 58 all the way down to the new Del Oro community, or new Del Oro High School. So with that, I want Eric to maybe explain some of our phases.
Yeah, Eric Moore here, partner of the Moore Partners, also developer here for Del Oro Communities. So yeah, part of our phase 1, and this is very exciting for us. We want to get started immediately after the bid's awarded. It's phase 1, which is 3 subdivisions, along with our shopping center, which includes 110,000 square feet of leasable space. We have Superior Grocers as our main anchor to bring in fresh produce and just be a pinnacle there for our community. Also, we have a total of about 1,600 units planned for this area, residential and multifamily. And just want to give a big thanks to our partners. They're here, and to date, they've already committed a little bit over $13 million of private funds into the community. So we're looking to stretch that even further as we continue south.
Councilmember.
Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for the investment. And I know that you have some friends in the audience who have helped us along the way and will continue to help us continue to grow these communities of Del Oro along the corridor. So thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming up.
Thank you so much.
And with that, Mayor, I would love to make the motion tonight that we move forward with item 7F2.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Freeman absent.
Thank you so much. And to Mr. Becerra, Mora Partners, and to all of your partners, thank you so much for your investment in our community. We're excited to see that community grow. So thank you very much. And now, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Mayor Go, 7G4.
7G4, yes. So Vice Mayor, 7G4.
Yes, Mayor. 7G4 has two actions as part of this consent calendar item. One of the items I would like to remove tonight, that would be the second action, and make a motion to approve the appropriation and transfer of $200,000 from the Facility Replacement Reserve to the Public Works Capital Improvement Budget in Capital Outlay Fund for the initial deposit for a real property purchase.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And now for the first part. The first part.
That's done.
7G4-1.
The motion was to delete the second.
Yes. Okay. And now, Madam Clerk.
Consent calendar public hearings items 8A through 8D for approval.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open consent calendar public hearings item 8A through D. Actually, there might be some people who would like to leave at this time. So before we do that, if this would be the time if you need to leave. So consent calendar public hearing items 8A through D is open. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to request that a hearing item be removed from the consent calendar? If so, please come forward. This isn't the time to take testimony, only to remove the matter from the consent calendar hearings. Does any council member wish to remove an item from the consent calendar hearings? Seeing none, at this time, consent calendar public hearing items 8A through D is closed. Vice Mayor?
I move to adopt consent calendar public hearing items 8A through 8D.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Freeman absent.
Thank you. We have some others who would like to leave. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate your investment in the community and your support of our community. And congratulations on the money that you've received. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Deferred business item 11A, review, accept, and adopt the Recreation and Parks Master Plan update.
So this would be the time. Before we begin, please note if you're here to speak on deferred business item 11A, the city will call for public statements after staff's presentation. Mr. Clegg?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Our Assistant City Manager, Rick Anthony, will come up and provide just a brief overview. This is a topic which we've covered a number of times in the last 6 months. We've had a couple of presentations to the City Council recently. The request was to delay the formal adoption of the plan to provide opportunity for additional engagement and outreach. We have done that in recent months, and Mr. Anthony will provide an overview of that process and where we're at today.
Good evening, Rick Anthony, Assistant City Manager. City Manager Clegg is correct, no presentation, but just wanted to briefly remind you of the timeline of how we got here. So, and with also all the support that we received from the council. 3 years ago, 2021, the council did approve us to update our 2007 master plan. In July of 2022, we actually expanded the scope of that plan to include additional elements such as MLK Master Plan, Kern River Management Plan, City Tree Plan, as well as some recent public engagement for Sports Village. October 25th, we actually brought forth our first draft to the council, and that was 2023, so a little over a year ago today. Some of the outcomes and actions that we were directed by council was to extend the public survey, which we did, schedule one-on-one interviews with council members, and also reduce the overall cost of the action plan, which all of those things were certainly acted upon. August 28, 2024, we presented our second draft for adoption. And again, as City Manager Clegg mentioned, council instructed us to delay that opportunity for a final stakeholders review, which was done on September 26th. We had a public engagement at the community house, and the outcomes of that was actually over 30 individual revisions. They did not trigger an expanded scope, so at no cost of the city, we made those revisions, and we made it clear that any further revisions would have to be directed by council along with some additional funding. I do have some copies of those specific revisions if the council would like to review them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Mr. Clegg, any further comments?
Just would reiterate the one point that Mr. Anthony made, and that we have made adjustments based on that, community feedback, in balance again with our, resources and the timeline, and also the purpose and intent of this plan being an overarching master plan. We know that there's interest in seeing how specifically some of these planning and strategy goals will be carried out, but that is outside the intent of this initial master plan. But we've been appreciative of that feedback, and we'll continue to work with community partners on the details as we move forward with implementation. But at this time, staff recommends adoption of the master plan as revised.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding deferred business item 11A?
Mayor Go, we've received 12 speaker cards regarding deferred business item 11A. The first public speaker, Dr. Chris Cruz Boone.
Thank you. There are 12 speakers who would like to speak. Each speaker will be limited to a 2-minute time limit, and there will be a total of 20 minutes for this item. So we would just encourage you to get through your items so that we can try to hear from as many speakers as possible within the 20 minutes. Dr. Boone.
Hi, thank you so much for listening to me tonight. I live in the Parkview Cottages across from the Bakersfield Museum of Art. I'm a mom to a child who walks home from school every day. I'm a lifelong resident of Bakersfield who mostly grew up in apartments and relied on third spaces as a safe place to be. I currently serve as the president of Bakersfield City School District, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of the district today, but I do want to emphasize that tree canopies and trees in the city of Bakersfield are important for children. And also, I also want to begin. Thank you for the collaboration on this master plan, Mr. Anthony and the board with BCSD, especially on the MLK project. I've appreciated sitting in on some of those meetings. BCSD continues to plan field trips in partnership with the Sierra Club for children to visit the Panama Reserve Center, the Adobe House. We're hosting sporting events, cross-country meets of the bike path, which is more and more barren than it's ever been. We have students who walk to nearby parks for lunches, and there are less and less lunches happening under the canopies of historic trees, and instead in open spaces without refuge. My favorite part of my daily commute is pulling out of my neighborhood on R and 22nd and seeing all of my neighbors gathered at the bus stop every morning and afternoon, usually in their pajamas with a cup of coffee. But everyone is always together. And a couple weeks ago, I pulled out and everyone was divided and looking at their phones. And I was like, oh no, what is the chisme? What happened? But there wasn't actually a real conflict. The only change was somebody removed the tree. Our bus stop tree that's been there for 20 years is now gone. And with that canopy of tree being gone, we lost a sense of community. One tree loss divided a neighborhood. There's a famous proverb that says the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best day to plant a tree is today. I hope that for our kids, you will consider adding more tree canopies into your plan.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bob Coons.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Bob Coons. I grew up in Cincinnati. 3 blocks from where I lived, the city forefathers had the vision to create Mount Airy Forest, 1,500 acres of reforested land, and that largest park in the city. That wonderful resource was likely the reason I became a biologist. When our family moved into our new home in a new development, all the neighbors on the street came together and decided to each plant 2 to 3 pin oaks on the parkway of each of our lots. Shortly after that, we had songbirds nesting in the trees, a shade canopy, squirrels, and a beautiful fall color. That decision definitely improved the value of our neighborhood in many ways. When I moved to Bakersfield 57 years ago, I was attracted to the areas of the city which had plenty of trees and were close to my work. Those 2 areas at the time were Alta Vista and Westchester. It is fitting that we chose Old Westchester with its streets named after trees: beech, elm, spruce, myrtle, pine, cedar, etc. The Panorama Preserve is a resource close to our city, which is a gem. One is able to enjoy the tree canopy even in the summer, since it allows one to walk comfortably in a natural environment. Hopefully, we can expand that concept to the streets of Bakersfield to make our city a more attractive, cooler environment that encourages walkability. The greatest enhancement to beautiful Bakersfield would be the addition of appropriate trees and their proper maintenance. It is not natural to live in an environment of asphalt and concrete. We as a community need to do everything possible to make this vision a reality.
Thank you, Mr. Coons. Next speaker, please.
David Schad.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself. And if you would adjust the mic. Welcome.
Yeah.
There you go.
And my name is David Schad. I'm representing Current Audubon Society and the Hart Park Working Group. Trees are important to the well-being of people as well as birds and animals. Good tree canopy protects birds and provides nesting places. Shade from trees creates an atmosphere that attracts people and creates togetherness in a community. Planting and maintaining trees is an ongoing process. There needs to be a qualified urban forester to oversee this process and train his crews, emphasis on train his crews to trim trees properly. There are too many improperly trimmed trees around town, as well as dead trees. Many of the dead trees are a result of not maintaining the irrigation systems. And that's go into details on that. But anyway, new trees must be planted, or dead trees or diseased trees are removed. These new trees must have special continued watering until their roots go down to the water table. There's another good reason to bring back the Kern River, to increase the water table, raise it up. Trees are needed in southeast Bakersfield for the same reasons above. Create an atmosphere that attracts people and creates togetherness. Measure M money needs to be budgeted for this project, including maintenance. A qualified urban forester needs to be maintained by the city to oversee the planting and maintenance of trees so that harmful trimming does not happen. I understand
Mr. Schad, your time is up. Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Brill.
Back again.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hi there. I'm Sharon Briel, and I'd like to really tell you why I think this is very important. The issues brought up by our group of concerned citizens regarding putting in writing specifics on how we're going to maintain our trees. Just like we all know that we can all say things and we all agree now, but down the road, if it's not written down somewhere, it's going to be forgotten. These are wonderful, actionable, objective recommendations to include to protect our trees. When I came here 24 years ago on Scarlet Oak were wonderful liquid amber trees, wonderful fall colors. Through the years now, those trees are basically sticks or dead. So something has fallen through the cracks in terms of maintaining our trees. And I think one of the concerns is people are fearful of leaves. Leaves fall, they make a lot of mess in the winter, but we all want to live in a community like Westchester with lots of trees and lots of leaves, and we all live through it. So please, make it possible for Mr. Anthony and the Parks Master Plan to include our recommendations as an addendum. They're very specific, they're very actionable, they're all make good sense. And I really, really need you to realize how critical it is to our community to have a beautiful, lush environment. So please, take that into consideration. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Briel. Next speaker, please.
Antje Lauer.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
So good evening. My name is Antje Lauer, and I'm a biologist. I'm a member of the Department of Biology at CSUB for many years, and I'm also here to say a little bit about the tree care plan. So as we heard from Mr. Anthony, a plan was developed, and Mr. Clegg added that details how the plan will be carried out are not included in the plan. So it's not intended in the plan to have details how this plan will be carried out, right? But a really good plan to see it implemented has to have at least first steps how to do it. And there are a couple of things that I want to highlight here. So first, we at CSUB, among different departments, we talked about the plan, and we got a petition together, which was sent out to all council members. And if you didn't receive a copy, we have additional copies here that have 6 points that we would like to see included in the plan. And so far, even with the revision of the plan, they are not fully embraced. So these points are not included. So we would like to ask the City Council to add our petition as an addendum to that plan. So you can have a look at what these points are. Some of them are, for example, better tree management, but also one important point is to build a committee that helps to carry out the plan with experts from the community. So when you read the plan in detail, you see that one big pillar of the plan is to work with the community to realize the plan. But with whom are we working together? With the California Native Plant Society, which have experts on which plant species to use, which are drought tolerant under the aspects of climate change. Also, do we want to have a little more oversight on how our trees are being trimmed? So I really would like to see our petition to be added to that plan. And then I'm running out of time already, but I wonder, you know, when Bakersfield only has 0.65% of tree canopy, how it can be a tree city. So we would like to see a real urban forest, not just on paper, but in reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lauer. Next speaker, please.
Gitika C.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Geetika Kumori. I'm a professor in the Department of Political Science, California State University, Bakersfield. I'm here on behalf of faculty members, students, and staff from CSUB who have signed a petition that is here for you to see from across the 4 schools in the university. This was done in a short span of time, in about 2 weeks, that we got as many members to put their names down on this petition. There is widespread support for the petition, and I would really like the council to consider the making Bakersfield a tree-friendly city. Whether we think of heat, climate change, pollution, energy bills, aesthetic appeal, property values, dust storms, biodiversity, economic, social, cultural benefits, or equity-related issues, trees are a part of that conversation. Communities with far less resources across the world are restructuring their habitat to deal with current issues and those that will challenge their existence even more. We are privileged in so many different ways, inhabiting the city we do and the country we do. So let us bend that way. Let us do the work that is necessary with our heart and soul in it. CSUB is here to offer its expertise, its resources, its passion. The faculty, students, and staff want to work with the city. We are not just asking the city to do something, we are volunteering our services. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kumari. I know you're all passionate about our speakers and the topic, but we don't allow applause during this section, but we're listening carefully. Next speaker, please.
Maria P.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Maria Polite. First of all, I'd like to say how lucky I am to live in a country that allows the citizens to come up and talk to our government and ask for your help for the things we think are important. So thank you very much for serving our community. I came to Bakersfield in 1964 to teach high school at Bakersfield High from Florida, where my family had a lot and a half of trees. I spent my entire youth climbing trees until I got into high school, and it wasn't so cool. But I love this city, and the more trees we have, the more value we have. You've all, I hope, I have an 11-year-old friend. He climbed my orange tree. It was the first time in his life he climbed a tree. I see a lot of young men up there, and I want all the young men of Bakersfield to be able to play out under trees. I walk every day. I have a tree canopy where I live, but I couldn't walk if I didn't have that. So thank you so much for adding these recommendations to the general plan. I think they will really help our community. We need 20% tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polite. Next speaker, please.
Fred C.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Fred Chinawith, and I represent the California Native Plant Society. And I appreciate the recommendations that these people have made. I want to discuss briefly the fourth point on their petition. I think the native plants are probably the best way to enhance the environment. And we can and should have a policy, I think, to design our open spaces to include the local plant community. I converted my lawn to native plants, and it saves a lot of water, has a lot more birds and insects and other animals around there. So it's really beneficial, I think, besides just the city, but for the community to have it in their new construction and that kind of thing. Along the Kern River bed, our policy should be to plant native trees and bushes to keep it the best we can. And that's the source of these plants should be naturally occurring along the riverbed. In other areas, it might not be so advantageous for just native plants. It might more variety, but we should at least include drought-resistant and non-invasive plants. And I know my yard has a lot of palm trees that come up all the time, so we need to keep those two things to consider, and I think we need a policy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chenoweth. Next speaker, please.
Eddie Lane.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, I guess it is. I'm Eddie Lane with the Sierra Club.
if you're here on this issue, please stand. Thank you. That says something right there. And thank you for this opportunity and for the diligent work of now Assistant City Manager Rick Anthony in taking the initiative to update this important plan. Many of us have signed on to the recommendations that we're asking be an appendum to the plan. We're not changing the plan, we're asking for an appendum to the plan. With the leadership of California State University faculty, staff, and many from the community. With regard to the recommendations about planting 1 tree for each tree removed, if our overall goal is to increase Bakersfield's tree canopy, this is necessary. With regard to funding, there's a simple solution. Modify the existing $1 million contractual agreement to remove and trim trees and plant trees instead. Simple as that. No new money is required. Put our taxpayer money to plant trees instead of remove trees. We do not increase Bakersfield's tree canopy by removing trees, more trees than we plant. That's just how it is. The pictures that I had prepared, there was some glitch, so you're not going to see them, but what they show is that the tree trimming is just not being done correctly, period. With regard to the proposed committee, they're here in this room. California State University, Bakersfield, Audubon of Kern, California Native Plant Society, Sierra Club, among others. We ask for no pay. We do ask that no members of the proposed committee who work with the city staff and report regularly to this council would receive funding from the city of Bakersfield for services rendered. But we're ready to go to work. Give us a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Next speaker, please.
C. Lopez.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Council.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Conway Lopez, owner of General Tree, and I'm the one that maintains the trees that Mr. Lane was talking about that I butcher, which I don't. I'd like to see a 30% canopy. I'd like to see 40,000 trees planted, but you know, money needs to come from somewhere. We got to be realistic. They want to compare this to Fresno. Fresno gets 11 inches, we get 6.5. So we just can't start planting trees. We have to be methodical on planting the right tree. I mean, when we had the drought, we lost over 4,000 trees. You have trees that, liquid ambers, they get bacterial scorch. You look at one particular tree and say, well, that's a bad pruning job. Trees do die back. The city does. I am a certified arborist. I've been doing this for 40 years. We do proper pruning. I train my staff. I don't have a guy on his first day to start pruning trees out here. We follow standards. And when, you know, do trees fall in the forest? I mean, here in Bakersfield, they fall. When you hear them come down, you're going to hear them come down. So trees have lifespans. They get diseased out here. So it's really important, and I want to thank the city for allowing me to make the city safe in parks, walkways, roadways. Anytime there's a storm, do you guys see fallen trees out here? Absolutely. Do you see them at Cal State? Absolutely. You see them everywhere. So to say that trees don't need to be pruned, they don't need to be maintained, and we don't prune them properly is inaccurate. And the city has implemented this in the contract, and I follow the contract to the T, and I'm thankful that I can maintain and keep the city safe. And I want to thank you guys for allowing me to maintain the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And Madam Clerk, was that our final speaker? That's the last card I have.
Mayor Go, we have 2 more speakers. Emma De La Rosa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma De La Rosa, and I'm the Regional Policy Manager with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And my comments are in regard to the map related to the Central City location that's priority for tree canopy. When I looked at the map, it was very reminiscent of the first TCC plan, which excluded disadvantaged unincorporated or disadvantaged communities. When we look at the housing element, it does focus It does state that there is Program 15 that will increase the tree canopy for both Central and Southeast Bakersfield. Unfortunately, this map that was included in this tree planting plan does not include Southeast Bakersfield. It also does not align with the TCC findings from the surveys that were conducted, which did indicate that at least 25% of the respondents said that they would like to see improved tree shading as a way to adapt their livelihood to climate change. So I do ask that you amend your map or include a map that includes the disadvantaged Southeast communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Valentina Gutierrez.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Go, and Mr. Clegg. My name is Valentina Gutierrez, and I'm a student at Warren Junior High. We salute the City of Bakersfield's attempt to improve and enhance our community by planting trees. We can all agree that trees are not only beautiful, but also provide numerous environmental benefits. Trees help us keep cooler by providing shade. They also improve air quality by absorbing carbon dioxide and replenishing it with oxygen, making it easier to breathe. However, our Bakersfield tree care plan needs a boost. Bakersfield doesn't have a great track record when it comes to tree planting and maintenance. Meanwhile, cities like Fresno, Visalia, and Sacramento have been more successful. We should look to partner with these cities to figure out how to get it right. We also encourage the city to plant native trees that are drought tolerant and even more beneficial to our environment. The ornamental trees that are called for in the plan, while attractive, fall short of helping us create a healthier community. We encourage the city to utilize experts in every decision and action. No one knows tree maintenance better than arborists and biologists. It would be a major mistake to not rely on those who know best about tree planting and maintenance. Finally, as the community belongs to us all, there should be a committee composed of community members, arborists, and a variety of experts to make sure that all visions and voices are represented. Overall, we look forward to working with the city to provide a beautiful canopy of trees that will add beauty, help create healthier neighborhoods, and pave the way for a better Bakersfield. Thank you.
Valentina, thank you very much for your very positive words. And now, Madam City Clerk, was that our final speaker?
Mayor Go, that was our final speaker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all the speakers for being here tonight with us and giving your input and providing a lot of information for this council. It warms my heart to hear so many people in our community share the importance and the value of a tree canopy throughout our city. I love trees personally. When I was, I have actually 5 siblings. My parents had 6 kids. And when each one of us was born, my dad planted a tree for each one of us. Unfortunately, my sister's tree got diseased and we had to remove it. She felt bad about that. But my tree is standing tall and strong, knock on wood. But since I was very young, trees have always been an important part of my life. And that's why I was on the Tree Foundation board for at least half a dozen years with Mr. Lopez. 4 years, I lost track. And that's why Children First planted 40 Oklahoma bud trees, red bud trees in East Bakersfield, and the Hub has planted jacarandas and around Baker Street. There's been a lot of efforts from the community to plant trees and to really build up a tree canopy over the years. And I've been fortunate to be a part of a lot of those efforts. But now's our opportunity to really enhance the collective tree canopy throughout the city, and to, from the city's perspective, to really cast a stronger vision of what we want to see. And I think our central city and citywide tree plan really does that. I want to ask a few questions to Mr. Anthony, if I may. Number one is some of the folks in the community tonight have asked that we include some of the documents that they have provided as an addendum. Is there an appropriate place for us to put this in an appendix or perhaps online so that the community at large can view some of the other recommendations from community members or some of the input?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Again, for the record, Rick Anthony. I have confirmed with the consultant prior to this meeting that she would work to put the latest petition as an addendum at no cost to the city.
Okay, that's fantastic. Also, there was a comment that I think is a really important one related to Southeast Bakersfield, and that the map that was included within the city-wide tree plan does not include Southeast Bakersfield. Can we amend the map to include the Southeast Bakersfield and some of our disadvantaged communities?
So the map was a result of a previous effort that really just focused on downtown. There was actually funding that we found that was already approved. We did expand on that particular map. I do believe trying to increase that map would trigger additional scope and needed some more funding. But I can say some of the recommendations based on the principles from that downtown city was recommended for all of the city, as well as acknowledging that there is a disparity in tree capping in the Southeast.
That's great. And I think the point was well made. I think there is a need to really highlight some of the disadvantaged neighborhoods, particularly in Southeast Bakersfield. I would even argue East Bakersfield, that Niles and Monterey corridor. And so I'd like to actually make a referral that we look towards adding on to that scope of work, I guess, so that we can, after we adopt this plan, that we can add an additional element that includes those disadvantaged neighborhoods. And the other thing I'd like to ask is that, part of this central city and citywide tree plan includes several recommendations. Recommendation number 1 is to update the city tree ordinance. In 1.4, action item 1.4, it actually calls out that the city should define standards of care in tree maintenance to establish high-quality street trees, as well as the conditions for removal, especially with respect to public health, safety, and welfare. Define processes for obtaining street tree removal permits and penalties for failure to obtain those permits. I would like us to move forward on this tree ordinance sooner than later. So I want to make that referral as well, that we begin working towards adopting that city tree ordinance for next year, for the next council. But anyway, with that, I'd like to move approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rick, and all of our advocates who have long before me advocated for us to have a tree canopy plan. A couple of weeks ago, I made a referral for the city of Bakersfield to develop its heat island mitigation plan, and as well as a tree canopy plan, but that to be done together, as both elements are, the goal of both is to reduce the heat island effect within the city of Bakersfield. I want to uplift a couple of things that are on this petition. One, I think the issue is that we all can agree that trees are wonderful, and we can absolutely agree upon the benefits of trees, but how do we make this actionable? And that really is my question. How do we change city standards? And if we can share that with the public today, how is what we're adopting today change how we operate, how we plant, and even to build on Councilmember Gonzalez's referral, today we are talking about expanding it from a previous referral to focus just on central Bakersfield, but tomorrow we don't want to limit where the city is going and growing as well. So our plan really should look at the entire city of Bakersfield. There are already pockets within the city that are both disadvantaged but also suffer from extreme heat, where students, we just talked about students walking and being safe. They can't walk to school because it is so hot. People cannot walk back and forth from the grocery stores because it is so hot. People can't walk to their neighborhood park because there are absolutely no trees on the way to that park, and they may not fall in the neighborhoods that have been mentioned today. So really we need to be looking at the city as a whole. So I want to build on that referral and expand that to include the entire city of Bakersfield. But I also think we need to be working with the experts. I mean, in the report, we've mentioned a couple who are on a committee who have advised to build this this report, but we should have a tree board, and I'd like to make the referral that we go ahead and develop that committee that is going to advise us and be our community experts when we are doing anything that has to do with our environment, improving things like the urban forest, the tree canopy. It is so great to see so many volunteers in the room. I think that's probably the hardest thing to find is people who are willing to volunteer their time and expertise, but they're right here, and we've got them in the room. So I think that's something we need to act upon so that we have this resource, so we don't continue, and we can have the expert advice. We do it in all other elements of city planning. But I'd also like to, Christian, if you could share an update on our heat island mitigation plan and the referral that was made and how progress is coming along with that, and how we can also perhaps form this committee and get their advice and get them to weigh in on the development and implementation of that plan.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Corr. I'll answer those two questions, but I also believe I heard another couple questions at the start of your comments that I'll try to answer as well. So I'll start off with just the citywide versus neighborhood specific focus. The particular map that was referenced was one narrow element of the overall plan, and so this Parks Master Plan applies citywide, in a majority of instances, and our tree canopy language in the plan applies citywide. Our parks language, and planning and recreation planning in the Parks Master Plan applies citywide. And so rest assured, the overarching language and vision applies citywide for this Parks Master Plan. Also, there was a question about how does this really get implemented? How do we see things be different in our actions as a result of this plan? I would just reflect quickly that we need to have a vision. We need to have an overarching strategy. Really where we see this happen, though, is on an annual basis in the budget process. It happens in policy development by the City Council on our municipal code. It also happens in protocol and policy development internal to the department. Those are important things that we rely on our staff to carry these out on a monthly, weekly basis. And so, again, this plan was super important in providing that overarching direction and vision. But many of the ways where the rubber meets the road is how we take the funding that is available each year and we put that towards the projects that we can complete in that given year, and how many staff that we've allocated, and the direction that is provided to them to carry out and implement that plan. And so that's not any discredit to this plan. This was really important to again set the boundaries and parameters of which we go after this work and try and acquire grant funding and other funding, but also the implementation happens in a number of different ways, beyond and in addition to the overarching plan itself. As to the question about how to form a group, we've done other community advisory groups, and so typically we ask staff to do some scanning of who are important stakeholders and put together an objective statement or a purpose statement, and create some parameters with which to work with a group. And so I think we have a referral tonight, and so we'll ask Mr. Anthony and other Recreation and Parks staff to come up with a scope for that group, and come back with a recommendation for council to do that. And then there was a fourth element. I now have forgotten it, Councilmember. Can you remind me?
No, just an update on the progress.
Heat Island, yes, thank you.
Island, yes.
So our Heat Island referral, we have had discussions internally with staff that this is an important aspect to consider in our general plan update. And so we will be assigning our development services and Parks and Recreation and City Manager's office to work collaboratively together to develop that plan. We've actually assigned one of our management fellows in the City Manager's office to go and start initial research and collecting other plans that have been completed in other communities. So we're gathering that information now to at least be a starting point and a framework, and we could build something on our own to then both be more specific than this overarching Parks Master Plan. That's the good news. Is many of the suggested policies, protocols, practices. Those are things we can do, even if they're not enumerated to every detail within the overarching strategy. They're not mutually exclusive, and so the Heat Island plan we see will be more detailed than this overarching parks strategy, and again can stand on its own, but will include many elements of that into our general plan, which will guide our work for the next 2 decades.
So with that Heat Island mitigation plan referral, I'd like to add that I'd like to add to that referral with a sub-referral tonight that we have tree canopy elements within that plan, and we work with this committee on that Heat Island mitigation plan to make sure we have experts who are advising us as we develop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Corr. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of made the same notes that Vice Mayor Gonzalez and Councilwoman Carr had made, but can staff tell me, what I think I'm hearing is that the general plan is, yes, the big picture, but the implementation, how we get there, is a separate document or a separate analysis. Yes, no? I'm seeing a no.
Councilmember Smith, you're reading my face well. I would suggest that the implementation of the master plan comes in multiple other elements, not just a singular implementation plan. I think you'll see in some instances, for example, the undeveloped parks are noted in the Parks Master Plan. And so we need to come up with a plan specific to each one of those parks, but probably also we'll have a funding plan that's for all 9 of those undeveloped parks, but that won't necessarily try and encompass the implementation of all other aspects of the
So
strategy.
specifically a tree canopy plan implementation.
Correct. And we do, and sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Smith, we've actually had a recent referral as well to develop a tree canopy plan, and that will be coming.
And the implementation of that plan.
I would say, again, the implementation of that plan will be based on available funds and resources. I can't tell you today how we will pay year over year for how much of that. I think we can set goals and benchmarks, but it will depend largely on our annual budget allocations. As to what trees we use and whether they're drought tolerant, what palette we create, that will be part of an overarching implementation plan. But then, I envision year over year looking at how much funding we can put towards that as partly how much progress we can make towards the plan.
So the Vice Mayor's referral for a tree ordinance, would that include implementation, or that's just?
I would view the ordinance as a policy statement, not implementation. Now, it could affect ultimately, because a tree ordinance could determine how private development, develops, development standards. It could determine how city staff, do construction projects. So it will impact implementation, but in and of itself, an ordinance is not an implementation plan.
And the community board, the tree board, does that help with implementation, or what does that end up doing?
I think there's the potential that it could help. I think it depends on what topics we put in front of that group and how we use that group. But I would say it could, and if we use it well, then it probably will.
Okay, I'm going to say that I grew up in Fresno, and yes, Fresno has a lot more trees, and like Mr. Lopez said, Fresno gets twice the water. And Bakersfield's never figured out, to this point, how to grow trees that should be grown here. When I moved here in the 80s, the redwoods were the thing, and obviously that was the wrong thing. And so I would agree that trees are a good return on investment. We should, and I don't think it's in the big picture, a budget breaker to say, we're going to grow our tree canopy, and we're going to do it right. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my comments short and just really quickly thank the advocates who have been sounding the alarm for many, many months. So thank you for your continued advocacy and working with the faculty and the students there at CSUB to get engaged. This is really where, you know, education turns into practice, and what better place to put things into practice than right here at home. And so just want to say thank you for your continued advocacy and helping us make a better plan. I don't want to reiterate what's already been said. I think, you know, I think the big points have been already made. The simple fact is we need more trees in the city of Bakersfield. And it was alarming to me to see not only that we only have 0.65% coverage for the entire city, but on page 14 of the document, and I appreciate the speaker who talked about our disadvantaged communities, there are 2 wards that have less than 0.1% coverage. One of them being my ward in Southeast Bakersfield, where we have 56,577 according to the 2020 census. We have, out of our 16,000 acres, 3 acres of coverage in Southeast Bakersfield. 3 acres, which amounts to 0.02% of coverage in my ward and in my neighborhoods that have trees covering. In Ward 7, with a population of about 60,000, only 4 acres and about 0.07% coverage. And so I think that as we pursue the ordinance that's been suggested and the action plan that's coming before this council, we have to take a serious look at equity and how it applies to tree canopy. There are other wards on the other side of the 99 that have 10, 20 times the amount of trees that we have on the other side of the 99. I just wanted to highlight that. I think it has to be a critical element to this work moving forward. And I think that this, just like the work of our Multimodal Transportation Committee, is going to require a dedicated group of council members to oversee and continue to steer this work along. It seems that there are many facets, from tree trimming to the removal of trees as we install medians, as we replace medians, as we take a look at our parks, and as we create new ones. There are so many different elements that impact the overall tree canopy of our city. And I think it's really going to require the work of not only our community stakeholders, which I'm so grateful that they have been involved, but I would actually like to make a recommendation and a suggestion that this get housed in the Safe Neighborhoods Committee. As I look to page 23, it shows all of the indicators that could potentially be impacted by an enhanced tree canopy. We could have a better ozone layer. We could reduce the amount of PM 2.5 particles in our air. We can reduce the amount of diesel particulate matter in the air. We can reduce drinking water contaminants, reduce the toxins that are released from facilities, reduce asthma rates, cardiovascular disease, low birth weight infants, and also our blood pressure rates just by sheer having trees in our community. So in my mind, this is a safe and healthy neighborhoods issue, and an issue that I think would be well housed in that committee. And as the chair, although these committees are subject to change at the discretion of the incoming vice mayor in this new year, I think that it would be great to welcome this group, any students and community members who would be interested in having this conversation, not just once and storing this on a shelf, but actively all the time, and make it a core piece of the work of the city of Bakersfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Cora.
I'm just very thankful to Councilmember Arias for bringing us back to the data, because I was just speaking from my heart. And it's important to have data that supports the I know we've said return on investment, but it's really the overall health and outcomes of all of our communities, and that acreage is just saddening to look at. It really is, and not only that, but we have had within South Bakersfield so many electricity outages. Temperatures are naturally rising, but just staying cool is becoming a challenge within the city. So I really appreciate Councilmember Arias forwarding this to a subcommittee, because if it is a matter of cost, we need to figure out where we're finding the budgetary solutions. And my recommendation also is for us to leave a bucket for urban heat island and tree and kind of shading resolutions that we'll need to implement in the upcoming budget year. I think we need to it is time we dedicate funds and we help out our folks within Rexon Park really come to some solutions that are tangible, and we can actually see a visible difference within our communities. And it's time to put our money where our priorities are, and that is making sure that our communities are healthy for not only just all of the indicators listed, but for everything that our community has shared today. So I'd like to make that recommendation as well, that this would be a budgetary priority for us, and that be something that we also talk about in safe and healthy in our subcommittee, and if staff can bring back recommendations for the committee to review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaur. To all of you, thank you so much for your engagement. We sense your passion, but also your action and your willingness to be a part of the solution. So thank you to all of you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Freeman absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Council and Mayor statements.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 days ago, I had the honor of announcing to the community that our beloved, one of our beloved restaurants in Bakersfield is moving to downtown. Moo Creamery has announced their intent to move to East Chester. This is on the heels of the announcement over the last couple of years that MoneyWise is moving from West Side to the old Woolworths building and is restoring that building in an exciting adaptive reuse project. Saunders from Northwest is adding an additional location, again, in downtown Bakersfield. We have a container park with lots of different venues and amenities that is set to go into construction pretty quickly in East Chester. And also a very popular restaurant on the Central Coast, Hoagie's, is moving into downtown Bakersfield as well. Not to mention the many, many businesses that have contacted me to talk about the potential of moving into downtown Bakersfield. So downtown is hot, and there are a lot of great things, a lot of exciting things happening. We're going to see some more housing development happen in the downtown core, and that is because of the local business owners, the property owners who have a vision, who have a heart for the heart of our city. And I want to commend all of them and thank them for their commitment to our downtown. But it's also because of the good work of the city and much of the work that we've done to create the right policies and changing various different ordinances and also providing real money, financial incentives to enhance that opportunity, that economic opportunity in our downtown. 2017, we established the Making Downtown Bakersfield Downtown Vision Plan. And that was a collective effort from many community members. And it was a really valuable document that has helped guide a lot of the actions that this council has taken over the years. What I'd like to ask is that city staff bring back that document within 90 days or so that we can have a workshop to benchmark our success, to take a look at what we've accomplished really with that plan, and what are those items that we still have yet to do. Because we know that a stronger downtown makes a stronger city. And that's true not just in Bakersfield, but in every single city around the world. And that our commitment to downtown has always been strong on this council. And so I want us to continue to look towards the future. And my referral tonight is that we bring that plan back and we have a workshop to study it, to look at, again, our progress that's made and what we still have yet to do.
Thank you.
If I may, Vice Mayor,
Mr. Clegg?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, a city council workshop.
Yes, that's right, a city council workshop. Thank you.
We can do that. Thank you.
We lost a wonderful community servant this last week, one who has a heart for our community. John Enriquez served our city for years and years and years. He was part of Keep Bakersfield Beautiful for 25 years. Who wants to be willing every Saturday and many other days to pick up other people's trash? But John was that person who brought so many people as volunteers to keep our city beautiful. He also was one to plant many trees. John also served on the Fox board, and he was part of the team that helped get the Nile Theater actually as a part of where it is today. I was so pleased to have John as the appointee to Keep Bakersfield Beautiful. We will miss him very much. His wife, Carola, said recently he's a man who will do what he says and follow through, and we were so privileged to have that. Colleagues from Keep Bakersfield Beautiful described John as a mentor, dedicated, caring, motivated, passionate, humble, selfless, a leader, dependable, amazing, and positive. And so tonight we adjourn this meeting in memory of our good friend, community volunteer extraordinaire, and public servant, John Enriquez. 7:15, we stand adjourned.